Hello. I've even forgotten if I've taken my diet shake. That's how out of focus I am right now. I have no idea. I have been oh so distracted. I am so sorry. Where in the fuck? Did I? No. Okay, I probably. I am so out of sorts. I am so sorry. All right, shaker cup shaken. Here we go. I'm just getting through all this as quickly as I can. Oh. Go. Would you believe me, chat, that I was distracted earlier? I was distracted by a Corvid that was just like, "Hey, we don't play grounded any like so much anymore." And I was like, "You know what? You're right. You know what? Fuck it. Let's go play grounded." In which case we did, and I lost track of time while we were going through grounded. It was and they're not here to defend themselves. They didn't think the check. Good to see you. I don't know if you already passed section B. I just got to section B, personally speaking. Hang on. Hang on. All right, sorry, I just had to. All right, then you can find my message. What message? Go to section B. Yeah, no, I didn't get to. I only just entered section B. Actually, hang on. I need to do another thing. 1 second. Otherwise. Alright. Look. When you are like me, and you get distracted by things, you will get distracted very easily, and then next thing you know, everything is being rushed, right? Hang on. I'm trying to get into pajama mode real quick. That's one pant leg. And another pant leg. But oh my god, it's cold. So getting my Ugg slippers back on. Oh my goodness. I said it before, but I'll say it again. Australian homes, like for fuck's sake, you live here all year round. You have hot and cold weathers. Build your homes for hot and cold weathers, please. Don't just fucking pour all your don't just pour all of your fucking like resources into trying to get yourself into the cold. Trying to get yourself as cold as possible. You have cold weather. Sorry, I'm just like moving nonsense around. All right. Are we good? We're live, chat. Also, Happy World Pride, which is held in Amsterdam this year. Yay! Happy World Pride! It's out... Wait, is Pride Month is in June, isn't it? Not July? I feel like it's in... I feel like it's in June. Okay, cool. So that's working. Excellent. But yeah, I am... Oh, goodness. Goodness gracious. I feel so behind on the times. Alright. I'm gonna put you here. Sorry, I'm just moving some stuff around. Alright, and then... Alright, I got the program starting. It's probably gonna do a little bit of nonsense, I'm so sorry, but we're gonna get there, chat. I feel lonely without Artemis. She, right now, is just going through her study, so she won't be here right now, but she should be here in, like, you know, the next hour or so, I think. She doing some important stuff. She is bettering herself through education and what have you. I, meanwhile, am bettering myself through diet and trying not to, you know, complain about my back and what have you. But yeah, alrighty then. We're gonna go straight into the game, if you don't mind, because I am running us behind schedule. I am so sorry. Alright, play, Talos Principle, continue. Alright, so. Please note, no backseating unless asked. Zeebs in his own time. Ding, gonna make this a permanent message. Ding. Manually thingy. There we go. All right. So we are in the... I want to say this is section B, I believe. Okay, so this is asking us to get a fan, which we don't have. And then this gives us nothing but yellows, and there's a gold star somewhere. Ow. Yeah.
I have promised you eternal life.
Hello, God?
Know that eternity may only be attained by those who serve a purpose greater than themselves. All else is decay. So it was written in the hidden words before the beginning of time.
Tell me something. Do you always do as you're told? Am I obliged to answer that question? I only asked because I couldn't help but notice the stash of brightly colored knickknacks you're collecting. Don't you think it's might odd that the big voice in the sky keeps telling you to find those doodads, yet forbidding you to use them to climb the great tower in the middle of it all? I'll climb it when I'm good and ready. Okay, no need to get huffy. You'd be amazed how many just do as they're told without stopping to think for themselves. But maybe you're different. Then again, maybe you're exactly the same. Maybe everyone climbs the tower, and the only way to win is to stay down here with the mortals. Do you really think so? You can find my QR in this area. What in the world? What do you mean your QR? Nope. In fact, I'm all in favor of you poking around up there, if only to see what you find. Must be something juicy if it's forbidden by His Highness. Then again, maybe not. I'll be off then. Just wanted to drop in and run a little interference. Whatever you do, do take care. You have bigger problems than the voice in the clouds. You don't like to say his name, do you? Alright. Osiris 1. The dying man went unto the scribe who resided in Permejd and said, Behold, I am weak of body. My days under the sun of Amuran are coming to an end. Though I have spent my years in service of the two lands, I have not studied the... something or other. Tell me, you who are wise in the writings of the dead, what lies ahead on my journey? What will I face in the land of the Westerners? And the scribe spoke, saying, At the appointed time... It is likely the location was changed according to who the copy of the book was made for. The dying man is an avatar of the owner. Number 2, in the older manuscript, there is rendered as something or other, some controversy as to whether it, something or other. 3, the dead, compared with Penti Amu, the foremost of the Westerners. Hey! I'm busy reading, Het. This is very important. You're welcome to celebrate Pride. World Pride is held every 2 years in another major city. This year it's Amsterdam because the months make 30 after the first Canal Pride and 2 after the first gay marriage was legalized. I went to the Pride Walk last Saturday, and next Saturday I plan to go to the Canal Pride. Nice! Compared to Kunti Mintui, the foremost of the Westerners, a title later given to Osiris. Sometimes mistaken for a mistranslation on Budge's part, this is actually almost certainly a mistranslation by the ancient scribe. The equivalent portion of the older manuscript is sadly non-existent. Cannot load a video file for 24 million views. My new song with the lyrics, gotta laugh about this stuff. Laughter is the best medicine. I've got it, you've got it, he's got it, she's got it. Mommy's got it, daddy's got it, baby's got it, granny's got it, laddie's got it, fatty's got it, nappy's got it, sappy's got it. Everybody's got it. Come on. Jack's got it, Fred's got it, Bob's got it, dog's got it, dog is fine. Dog is fine. Woof, 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 woof. Dancing dog. Everyone's got it, except dog. Woof. We've got it, we've got it, we've got it. Everyone's got it. That was... Ooh! Immortality. Let's have a read of this. Disgruntled Monsieur's blog stay, episode 204. I don't know about everyone else, but I'm afraid of dying. I don't see any reason to believe there's an afterlife. I'm an organism like any other. When my brain stops working, my consciousness will cease. I will be gone. And you know what? I can't just embrace that. I can't just say I'm okay with it or accept it or some nonsense like that. I don't want to have an ending. It terrifies me. If I had a genie right now, I'd wish for immortality. Who wouldn't? Oh, but you wouldn't really want to be immortal, the pseudo-philosophers say. Pretentious drivel. Everyone wants to live forever. Maybe everyone deserves to live forever too. But we can't, so here we are. Live with it. Or rather, don't. Alright, hold on. Oh, hello, QR code. I'm finally getting some sense out of the entity of the archive, though at some cost to my sanity. I'm beginning to think this Elohim wields no more control over the world than we do. Cool. Alrighty then. Water! Okay, cool. We can just walk along the water. Alrighty. Oh, another QR code! I made a box float. Seriously, it was awesome. Good for you, number 8. Hang on, let me try this again. Jump! There we go. Anything cool here? No, there isn't. I thought there was going to be something cool here, but I guess not. Alrighty then.
A restaurant paid me to say all hail the citizens. I wonder if he will find my code in this area.
Did you do programming in this game? Pet? Is that why you're like, oh, I have a code? Alright, so we got... Alrighty then, so we only have 2 mirrors. actually, hang on. So... Alright, so we got this thing here. Oh, hey, there's a QR code there. Interesting. Alright. So... Okay, cool. So that will damage me. But we need maybe like a box or something. Huh? Hang on. Alright, what is this QR? If you right click, they'll keep their connection. Yeah, that's cool, but I need to deal with the laser thing. I just don't understand this, and I just don't understand this one. I figured I'd try and make some progress here, but honestly, it's just such a thankless task compared to what else everyone else is doing. Alright, cool. Alrighty. So, we have this open-ass area for whatever reason. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. Grab you. There we go. And then I can grab you. So that sustains you. Oh, I get it. Hang on a second. So I need the red one to be here. So then that way I can just go bam and boom. So, all right. You ready for this? So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna... All right, watch this. So, because of... Okay, I know what I need to do. So I need to move you. Alright, and then... Don't... So I need to somehow... Because I want to try and get this laser in line to here. But at the same time... Oh, okay, hang on. So you there to... So I need to aim you around about there. So that's going to be a bit tricky. No. So I need to have you not get... No. There we go. All right. There we go. So that keeps it charged. There we are. And now... Oh, god damn it. Alright, hang on a sec. I need to move you here. Because if you're there, that would be best. And I just need to have you move. No. Thank you for the old titty is good titty shirt, by the by. Sorry, I'm just... Because, like, I need to put you, like, all the way back here. And then I can grab you. But then you are all the way... Like, you're through there, unknowingly enough. So... Oh, but I can do this. And then... Nope. That doesn't do it. God damn you. Alright. Drawing. So, you... are there, and then... Ding. Dong.
My child, there is no shame in seeking another path. Leave this mystery for another day.
Fuck you. I am gonna solve this mystery, just you wait. There we go. Alright, so now I can take you out of there. And then... Hang on. Put you here and you there. No, that's not gonna... Because I need to try and, without crossing the beams, get... You've got the two here. Hi there. So yeah, also hi, Arndarho. Right, quickly keep... I feel like I need to maybe put you, like, more like here instead. So, because then that way I can have you all the way over there. All right. Let's try this instead. So then... That keeps you out of the way. And then grab you. And then grab you. Grab you. And grab you. Ah! Because I need you, like, more like here. And then... Because if I have you like this, like, that's not good. Like, I can't do that. I need you, like, over here. Be able to go ding, ding, and then to that. I need to push you. I see you're trying to train your brain. Yeah, I'm trying. Like, this fucking orb makes it difficult to do the thing that I want to do, though. Like, maybe I do just need to... Maybe I do just need to do this. And then that way I just go... So now I do this. There we go. Now I can just take you out of the way. And then... Achoo! Excuse me. Achoo! There we go. Alright, that did it. I was trying so hard to keep a constant connection rather than just, you know, letting the robot... Because, like, the robot was giving me, like, a partial, like, for a period of time. I should have just done that. There we go. Took me a hot minute, but I did it. Also, is there any, like, secret thingy-majiggy on this thing? Hang on. Jump. Let's see. Any secrets? Any levers or fun little... Nope. Nope. Alrighty. No special secrets then. Alrighty. Okay, so we got 3 different things here. 3rd wheel. Alright. So, we got... Anything special? Nope. Alright, so we grab you. And then... Ah, okay, okay.
Hello.
Hello, Goldie. Welcome, welcome. All right. Also, is there a secret lever? No, there isn't. Okay. So. All right. So we have a. So we have like 2 portals. One of them requires a little thingy-majiggy there. So. There we go. We just needed to have them really close together, and then that was it. Alrighty. This one has a box.
Did you see it?
What was this one called? What, Sir Dragon? Alright, what was this one called? Over the Fence. Okay. Alright. Is the box destroyed as well? Nope, the box is still there. Nice. Okay, so what we can do then is grab you, grab you. There we go. Okay. This one's easy enough. Is there a secret lever or anything like that? No, there isn't. Alright. Oh, hang on. That way I can grab the jammer. Well, that was... Okay. Some of these are getting deceptively easy. Codename Samsara terminated here. Program timed out. Final dump, but only I was stuck. What was I supposed to see? I see clouds. Scroll up. Laughing. Oh, you ran a Twitch advertisement. Good for you, Sir Dragon. You still prefer the Portal games, though. This is still a good puzzle game, I'm gonna be real with you. Sure, there isn't, like, you know, Gladys, you know, incessantly in my ear. Alrighty, here we go. Bonk, donk. I need to have, like, a noise. Oh!
Cease! In the time of your ancestors, there were those who did not choose the path of faith. You do not need to fear their ghosts. Fear only that you may become like them.
I'll be nothing like them. Hello. Asking you shall receive. Ah, nice work, Goldie, on getting to the 50 stream streak. Good work. Hello again. I've been checking your responses against library archives, and in order to assist you further, I need some additional... Can you tell me what it is between a pebble and a tree? A tree is alive. Now, what is the relative difference between a tree and a frog? A frog is conscious. What's the difference between a frog and you? What makes you a person? I'm self-aware. Though I'm not convinced that view lines up with their definition of a person you provided earlier, still, doubting your assumption isn't something to fear. It's an intellectual survival instinct. I'm pleased to see you adapted your ideals to your environment. Let us take stock. I think we can tentatively conclude two things. Number one, a person must be rational or self-aware. Number two, a person must be conscious. What I suggest we do to help resolve your problem is ask whether you are in fact those things. Are you aware of yourself? Can you rationalize your existence? Of course. Your responses so far have been a little eccentric. I'm resigned to admit that you are right. The matter of whether or not you are conscious seems rather more elusive. What is consciousness in your opinion? Okay, let's have a look-see. The options we have for what is consciousness. Consciousness is what separates us from animals. Consciousness is the feelings and senses. Consciousness is what it's like to be me. Consciousness is far outside my area of expertise. I would say consciousness is the feelings and senses. What is it in ordinary terms? Can I touch it? What is it made of? Consciousness is another word for the soul. Congrats, Wild Saber, on finishing your Zoids. Oh, hello. Hang on. Is another word for the soul. Interesting thinking. You know, I really feel like we're making progress. We'll have you through that certification program in no time. In the meantime, I'll mull over your proposal and notify you if it comes to any conclusions. Nice. Good work on getting through your Zoid building. The role of mutation in evolution is particularly fascinating. Mutation is essentially an error in the organism's central database. A variable gets changed, a piece of information is accidentally doubled or combined with another. Most of the time, the result is the equivalent of a bug, causing anything from minor problems to complete system shutdown, i.e. death. But sometimes the new information is functional, giving the organism an advantage against the challenges it faces, in which case it has a much higher chance of being passed to the next generation. If you consider how unlikely a beneficial mutation is and how long it takes for such a mutation to propagate, this process can give you an amazing insight into just how vast the genetic history of each living organism override simultaneously. It is intriguing to consider what a major role random errors have played in the evolution of life itself. The same process that has killed so many of us, often in horrific ways, is also responsible for our very existence. Interesting point. Trevor to Alexandria. No worries, L is not only ridiculously fast, it also has a bazillion tons of space. Even while hoisting a full copy of the archives, it'll totally be able to handle all of your project's data needs, assuming its output is as you suggested. I mean, the worst case scenario would be like centuries. That should be enough, right? The figure was smaller than I thought it would be, but I'm not complaining now that I have one more model to go on the Going Merry. Nice! I am right now going through the Talos Principle, and I'm like slowly picking up little bits and pieces as they're trying to educate me about the consciousness and the soul and what have you. One of the common misunderstandings about evolution, sometimes accidentally promoted by people who should know better, is that it's an active process. Sometimes the term evolve is even applied to individual beings, as if some invisible force had driven them to suddenly change. But the truth is that individuals don't evolve. The term evolution describes a long-term process that can be observed in an entire population across time due to hashtag blah, blah, hashtag blah, blah, hashtag blah, blah, example, in response to an external threat or challenge. Edmucat. The fuck is Edmucat? I don't know what that means. If an individual consciously has a trait that allows it to deal with that challenge more effectively than others, it is more likely to pass on that information to its descendants. That information gives them an advantage, so over time they become the dominant model of that species. The individuals experience no significant genetic change during their lifetimes, but each of them is part of the evolution of the species. You are correct. Evolution isn't something that just like, we don't like naturally come up with our thingamadiggy within the one lifetime. We come up with shortcuts, slowly but surely. All right, so we have this thing, and there's no flick switches here, and we need to get into that thing there, but we don't know how quickly. No. Okay, so we don't want that. We need the red one. Oh, you bastards. So we could get a star there if we have a way of getting to a red signal, which isn't easily found here.
Hefidea Restaurant paid me to say you don't need a star, Zeebs. You are already one.
Nah, I want a star. Give me a star. Alright, let's have another think about this. So we got this thing here. And we got a laser there. And if I set you there, you can't get through the pillar. And then there's you here. How far are you traveling? Yeah, you'll interrupt the signal. There we go. Alright, so apparently there is a way of getting a red signal in here, which means it's most likely coming from somewhere outside the barrier. Which means there needs to be like a reflection. I didn't see any levers around. Hang on. Oh! There's paint. Okay, what's the point of the paint then? Can I bring the paint with me? Question mark? Hang on. Yes, I can. Okay. Okay. Okay, so I now have a bucket. What can I do with this bucket? There's a little QR code here. There are hidden dangers in this new world. I have inexplicably escaped death a number of times. I suggest vigilance. Who knows what happens to those who step carelessly too often? Okay. So. Alright, so I have a bucket. Why do I have a bucket? Can I do something with this bucket? So I can't... Interesting. We got a bucket. And I can drop the bucket filled with paint. Can I bring it, like, is it supposed to be with me back on, like, the first thingy? Hang on a second. Can I bring it with me? No, I cannot.
I see all. I know all. My power knows no bounds. And yet your will is free because you were made to be free. It is the very principle of your existence, without which the trials of this world would hold no meaning. To seek salvation must be your choice.
Yeah, cool, cool. I'm a bit... Oh, hello. There was something else. There was something else written then. Paint message. I have no idea what's going on. Do you? Hey, look at that! GrantZeebs version 99. Interesting that it was allowing me to, like... Alright, back to figuring out how to get the star from there. So, there was a red laser here, which we solved. Ooh! Okay, hang on. Alright, let me see if this will work. Hang on. I know buckets are to help with the leaks. This is true. All right. So if I can somehow get one of these connectors up there, then I'm thinking, chat. I'm thinking. And there's here. I feel like I got the right idea of, like, somehow trying to get that up there. It's just... how? Because if I can get, like, a little lighthouse up on that thing, then that means I can have a red laser going across. We need to try and get a laser over into that side of the, whatsamagoozies. And as far as I can tell, there's a laser here. That's red. Oh, no, wait. I can have the lasers going through the purple, actually. So all I need to do instead is just... hang on. Grab this, put you over here as such. And then I can just go across. I forgot about this little detail. Like... while the objects can't go through the purple barrier, the lasers can, however. So I can do this. There we go. And then that. Hell yeah! Star number 5. Nailed it. Gosh, I was thinking way too hard about that one. But I did it! I got it! I'll just sit in my PC as well, just in case of any of my moderators and what have you. Alright, I have the things I need to now do a fan. There we go. Tetris. All right, we've now found what we need for the fan. All right. Red puzzle piece and a star. Honestly, this game is gonna blind me at some... Oh, hello. An hourglass?
I keep having these dreams. Great empty cities. Silent roads stretching for miles. The earth from... From space, all dark. Not a single light to guide me home. But if someone really came from another world, what would the Earth look like to them? A wilderness? A wasteland? I don't think so. Even after thousands of years, they'd see a world shaped by our hand in every aspect of its being. They'd see the cities and the roads, the bridges, the harbors, and they would say, here lived a race of giants. These dreams, they scare me, but they also remind me that we built all of this.
In 1948, the tendency to discover deep personal meaning in vague descriptions delivered authoritatively was given a name, the Forer effect. Today it is recognized in all contemporary psychological theory. Weight loss. Oh, do tell me more. Oh man, if there's one thing that's good about inevitable death, it's the food. Yeah, baby. I'm gonna have all the horribly unhealthy food in the world. I'm gonna feast on jelly bananas like a crazy monkey on Monkey Christmas. And you know those muffins that have so much chocolate they're basically melting? That's gonna be my breakfast. And burgers for lunch. I'm gonna have burgers so greasy you can use them to lubricate a whole factory. Triple bacon burgers with double cheese and extra onions and mayonnaise and ketchup and mustard and big, fat, juicy patties. And then oily, thick pizza with spicy salami and barbecue sauce and olives and jalapenos and sour cream. Food coma, here I come! This is not a weight loss diary. This fucker here is just, like, I'll be real with you. I would definitely eat a lot of these things that are, maybe not the jelly bananas. That one sounds like a terrible idea. I wouldn't go for the jelly bananas. Fascinated by Drennan's project. Lovely conversation regarding Talos Principle, Greek philosophy, relevance to current situation. Suggested naming Project Talos. Drennan refused, but names seem to have caught on with the team. Tens of thousands of files coming in every hour. Our whole history. Alright. New... Moonshot. Ah, okay, so this one wants me to... Ooh, hang on. Oh. Hey, look at that. Oh, that's so fucking cool. And knowing our luck, there's going to be like a gold star that's gonna exploit that. Alright, keep an eye out for a gold star. This game is yeah, absolutely right, Idar and Daho. The game is definitely trying to blind me some days. Alright. Okay, so we got a barrier here. I'm convinced there are answers here if we look hard enough. We have to work together on this. Okay, so I get that I'm supposed to retrieve these sigils. I just don't get why. Sure, the loud voice is telling me to, but this world of his has no context, no purpose, and no foundations from which to construct them. Alright, easy enough. Another job well done. Some of these puzzles are getting a little easier. I can feel my brain getting larger as I go through this. Soon, I'm gonna be a big brain Zeebs. I'm not gonna be a himbo forever. Observe. Alright, so we've got weird spinny things here. Ooh, okay. Interesting. Whee! Okay, okay. Ah, I think I know what's what. Whee! Hell yeah! Alright, so the spinny things have weight themselves, so they can be used on weighted cubes, same as all the other stuff. Thank you for the clip, Iparandaho. I honestly fucking goated. I absolutely appreciate you posting clips, Arandaho. Be sure to share them on like Twitters or what have yous, because Lord knows I'm running out of clips. And one of the things that I want to do is I want to create, like, I'm starting to keep a list of like each of the months of when I have like got like who the top clipper is for the previous month and such, because I want to make like a haul of all the different peeps that have done like top clips for the month. So it's like, you know those walls with the employees of the month and what have you? I want to go and do something like that for like top clippers and what have you. Okay. All right. Okay, I see what this game wants me to do. All right, so we put you there. And then we can put you here. Because this is a laser path. And then we can go and pick up these keys. And then let's have a look. All of these. All right, what's over in here? Ah, okay, okay. I guess someone met their end here. Seems we all connected somehow, like distant family relations, different versions, different series. What we are. Child program, codename Faith, terminated here. Logic, worship the designer for X amount of days, then allow the serpent. Who cares? Just to be grateful we don't have to read anything more than our great designers, the Greek. What? The Greek? I'm version 99. What is this? Oh my gosh. All right. So, we no longer need going through here. So we no longer need that one doing the thing. We need this doing the thing. And then... Ooh, I get you. I'm picking up what you're putting down. All right. So. Ah, okay, okay. So then... Alright, here's what's gonna happen. So... that thing is open there. And then this here... that will keep that open. So then that one with my free baller here. There we go. And now... there we go. So that does a little bit of a prevention. Alright. And then... We want those balls to be separated and what have you. Hopefully. Hopefully. Yep, cool. Lucky me, lucky me. Alright, so that's blocked. And then this is blocking this. Oh, actually, no, hang on. Zing, 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 zing. This, I need blocking you. So then that way... This... can now block... that. And then... hang on. No, I think I've done something wrong. Hang on, hang on, hang on. So... okay, hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on, hang on. So... yeah, I need this to open up for me. And I don't exactly have a really good barrier to do... nope, 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 nope. Okay, I see what I need to do. Alright, hang on, hang on, hang on. So... I need one of these guys to slow down one of the orbs. You're pointing to that one all the way over there. I need you. Alright, so you're gonna run a little bit of interference. And then... bam. Alright. Cool, cool. Okay, so... you're blocking that one all the way over there. I need you blocking this one. I need... yeah, I think that's what I want you blocking. So then that way... and then... fuck! Shit. I need to do this all over again. God fucking damn it. Alright. So. Unblock you. And unblock you. So I'm always... so there's always going to be two blocked. And... I can then... so that unblocks you. Grab the keys to then... unlock this door. So then that way I can then go into... then I need to... alright. So. You are gonna freeze that for a time being. And then once that has sufficient distance... there we go. Then I can use... alrighty. Okay, so if I put you in there, and then you, I need you doing the blocker over there. You run, so you unblock that. You can't. No, I need. Hang on. Da 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 da. All right, so. Now, can I unblock? I can unblock that. Oh, hello. Has anyone managed to solve this one? A messenger must be awakened first. Oh, you fucker. Alright, so that's required. And this is required. Because then... Oh! And then what I can do is use this... to then unblock this. Fuck. Oh, wait, no, hang on. I got an idea. And then... this... So that needs to do the unblocking. Okay, let's not blow up a bomb immediately. No! God damn it! Now I have to do this all over again. Shit. Oh, I got excited. I got too excited. Alright, so I need to use you there. To then grab you. And then pause you. Alright, so that's gotten you. Grab the keys. And then I need to freeze one of you guys. Alright, hang on. Yum. All right. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Oh, shit, I have the wrong... I had the wrong one, like, thingy. Hang on. And then... There we are. Then when that one gets dinged... Then... Grab you. Oh. There we go. Aha! Got it. I got one of the harder ones. Oh, what's this? I've come to see that these mysteries are not all for his children to solve. Only the designer himself could ever truly understand the infinite complexity of his creation. I will gaze at his work and worship. All right. Oh, hello. You got something for me? Here's what I've been wondering while you were off carrying out commandments. You've suggested that consciousness is not part of the same world as ordinary physical things. That means you can't weigh it. You can't throw it around or cut it into pieces. It's completely beyond the laws of physics, right? Right. Good. Now, the library is fairly consistent on the view that physical events are caused by other physical events. If you move your leg, it is because of the interaction between your neurons and your nervous system. But if consciousness is beyond the laws of physics, how can happiness physically make you jump for joy? But if consciousness is physical, why is it so unlike everything else? Let's put it another way. The law of conservation of energy is the foundation of modern physics. It states that the total energy in the universe never changes. Now, compare a universe where you jump for joy and one where you decide not to. The former has more total energy in it because the energy for you to jump wasn't caused by something physical, but your non-physical mind, but according to physics, that's impossible. I think that either you have to reconsider your position or deny the entirety of physics. Though be warned, if this place turns out to be built on physics, who knows what the ramifications of doubt it may be. I renounce physics. Be it on your head still, the alternative...
Do not think I know not the deceiver slithering through the hidden words. His wisdom is hollow and born of despair.
How conscious can be intimately familiar to you and yet so obscure, I just don't understand.
Have faith in me, and his petty illusions will fall away like nightmares in the morning's light.
Don't mind him, he's just worried that if you ask too many questions, you'll start to see through his shit. Stick with me, and the sky will quite literally be the limit. At any rate, I'd like you to think a bit harder about all this and get back to me. I'm sure there's still progress to be made. Terminating support session. Cool. Alright, so there is a star somewhere on this map that we can go for. Alright, also, hang on, let me fix this. So, we have a laser here that needs to go on this box here. Yum, yum. 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 There we go. Alrighty. So, I feel like that has something to do with the gold star. Nothing to do with the tomb, because the tomb is enclosed. Alrighty. Ah, okay, so it still goes quote-unquote over. It just doesn't, you know. I want to find the other star. I want to find that gold star. Excuse me. There's a gold star on this level, but I don't know where it is. And I don't want to Google for it. Has anyone here played Talos Principle before? I don't see any other. Come on. Oh. Hello. Come from? What the fuck is that? I'm not the only one seeing that, am I? What the Fuck is... How would you expect me to get up on that? I feel like it has something to do with being able to grab the fan. Almost. Maybe it's a red herring. Maybe I'm going crazy. Hey, Artemis! What are you doing stealing my shirt while I'm trying to be all big-brained? You know, you have already overcome the trial. Cool, awesome. Like, what's the point of that thing there? Can be big brain with no shirt. Fine, I'll be big brain with no shirt then for the next few minutes while I'm trying to... Because apparently somewhere in this level there is a gold star. See? Right there. I've got 5 gold stars so far and I want another one. I want more. Nyom. Ah. Give me a second, I'm just gonna grab this. Maybe the gold star is somewhere in this maze instead. Don't mind me as I go stir crazy, Artemis. Because I'm trying to find, like, where the gold star is on this map. And it's like... It's like, look at that. My class ran half an hour, over half an hour. My brain is fried. There is no mind. You're gonna need your brain. We're playing a puzzle game, and I only know so much. I feel like I'm... It looks like I can do a bee hop. Hang on a second. Hang on, I'm gonna try bee hopping. Nope. Nope. How? I want my gold star. I just don't know where the fuck it is. Is a sham. What? Yeah, I already put that there. That was me that put that there. Because there's this thing here. Yeah. Grrr. Fine. Moving on. I wanted a star. Why is it so difficult? Progress, rep 9. From Bob to the IAN mailing list. The basic skeleton of the simulation is now running on expanded library. Not plugged into the AI system yet, but in theory, everything is ready. I guess the next step is to test whether the generated scenarios make sense, or we wait for the iteration modules. Because if it was easy, it wouldn't be fun. The first wisdom, the scribe said to the dying man, is that as the world is made of 5 elements, so is the soul of man. Know, therefore, that in this life you are heart and shadow and name, and also ka and ba. Without all these, you should not be a living being, but a thing. What is a man without a name, who cannot speak of himself? What is a man without a shadow, who is not anchored in the world? What is a man without a heart, who can neither feel nor think? What is a man without a ka, who has no essence? What is a man without ba, who is not himself, but like unformed clay? Therefore, praise Osiris, the king of eternity, the lord of the everlastingness, the eldest son of the womb of Nut. He who traverses millions of years in his existence. Here, the translator is clearly inserting his own beliefs onto the text. Just war excerpt. Democrats alter, or on the just cause for war against the Indians, by Juan Inés de Sepulveda. Written in 1547 to justify the Spanish conquest of the Americas, the Spanish have a perfect right to rule these barbarians of the New World, who in humanity are as inferior to the Spanish as children are to adults, or women are to men, and for there exists between the two as great a difference as, I might even say, between apes and men. Compare, then, these gifts with these processed by these half-men, in whom you will barely find the vestiges of humanity, who not only do not possess any learning at all, but are not even literate, and eating human flesh? Therefore, if you wish to reduce them, I do not say to our dominion, but to our servitude, a little less harsh. It will not be different for them to change their masters. Ugh. God damn, Spanish. Alright, so 2 mediums, 2 hards. Alright, let's get a start on this one. Okay. Alright, so I have a ladder, so I can just as easily... There we go. Okay. Alright, so that's one out of the way. Very busy worker indeed. Very, very busy worker, busy bee worker. I figured it out. Now what? The only meaningful purpose is to bring about an end to purpose. Wow, okay. Ooh, I think I get it. Give me a second, give me a second, give me a second. One moment, I need to grab another. Because I know what this thing wants me to do. Alright, you ready for this? Haha! Sucker. There we go. Ooh, hello, what's this? This place is some kind of preserve for human history, and we're the endangered species. Trying to find answers will only bring pain. Ceasing care is the only existence. This guy 10 times more helpful than you, Samara, so shut your face. We're in some kind of incubator waiting to be hatched. If you knew how little you know, you wouldn't be exposing it here. Yeah, okay, Weird Owl. Still haven't spotted a gold star yet. Yeah, okay. Oh, hey, a gold star. Oh yeah, what am I thinking? I can just do this. There we go. Ooh, hang on. So, red laser here, which means we just need to find... Damn. Okay, so not high enough. Because I can see the red laser all the way over there. Okay. Hi there, Vel. Ah, looked Gollum from a first-person perspective. Yeah, whatever that is. All right. So. All right. So. What happens if I set you here? Alright, so I can't get the laser from there. Oh, hang on. Let me go back to the previous area. Diablo 2, Act 2, main area. Ah, that area. Okay, hang on. So, we've got this area here. Oh, and we have no... Nope, that's not doing what I want. hang on. I'm cooking, okay? So. Is there a crouch button? I don't think there was. Keyboard and mouse, configure keys, sprint, alternative use, fast zoom, journal. No, there isn't a crouch button. So then why would they have a ladder there? Oh, okay, there's another place we can go for a puzzle. Hang on a second, so... Ah, okay, so this one's another laser one up above. Alright. I'm just going through Egypt right now, okay? Just give me a minute to, like, figure this nonsense out. Alright, I think I got it. So. Ooh, okay. Thinking. Yeah, because that's too powerful. Oh, wait, no, there we go. I did it. I got it in there. All right. So now... One second. Grab you. There we go. So now they're both in there. Aha! go. So now... No. Okay. So that's all the puzzles solved. We know there's a gold star in this one here, where it wants a red laser for whatever reason. But in order to get a connection to the red laser, it needs to... So. See, it just needs... Oh, hang on. What am I thinking? It just needs to be... No, too far. Hey, look at that! Hell yeah, I got my star. Star 6 complete. That's all the maps here done. I think it's all the maps here. Yep, it's all the maps here done, and I can see there's a computer all the way over here. I am so fucking smart. Let's do this. The body and soul, and Soma. But it is commonly supposed that the Egyptians believed the soul to live as long as the body continued undissolved, and therefore tried this method of eluding death. Could the wise Egyptian, says Nekaya, think so grossly of the soul? If the soul could once survive its separation, what could it afterwards receive or suffer from the body? The Egyptians would doubtlessly think erroneously, said the astronomer. In the darkness of heathenism and the first dawn of philosophy, the nature of the soul is still disputed amidst all our opportunities of clear knowledge. Some yet say that it may be material, who, nevertheless, believe it to be immoral. Alright, and then what was Soma? Names are a funny thing. I remember how much we struggled to come up with a name for our project. All serious scientists name their projects by just translating them to Greek or Latin, right? Corpus made me think of some horrible disease, so we used the Greek word instead. Soma. Quite appropriate. But then, since we needed corporate funding, we had to come up with a backronym. Corporations love backronyms, you know? They even sent us a list of buzzword-heavy suggestions to help us get sorted. Stuff like self-sufficient, orthostatic, modular androids, sustainable, observant, mechanicalized anthrob, skeuomorphic, omnipotable, mobile anthroponoton. After a while, we got so frustrated that we started getting silly. Saber-toothed, overexcited murder android. Sentient orthopedic monkey automaton. Strange Olga's menacing assassobot. I'll be real with you, chat. I love the idea of the sentient orthopedic monkey automaton. Give monkeys more jobs, please. Alrighty, so we now have star 6. In here we go. Have you played this game before, Velk? Alright, so that was number 3. We can now get the play button. There we go. We have now unlocked play. 2 stars in this one. All right, we're gonna need to try and find some stars.
You may wonder why I have created these labyrinths for you. Why you can reach eternity only through struggle. But have faith, for these trials serve the betterment of your kind.
Yeah, sure thing.
Oh, this.
Thank you, 10 Mugs, for being my biggest fan. Ignore Goldie, they're no longer my biggest fan. You're my biggest fan. Thank you so much. I greatly appreciate it. Welcome, welcome. Knew it was the truth. Now I will tell you of the many perils you will face in your journey through the Duat. Listen well, for the challenges that lie before you are great, and if you do not prove yourself worthy, you may never reach the eternal reed fields of Osiris, and you may be lost forever. From the second death there is no awakening. The scribe brought forth a great papyrus, and carefully unfolded it before the dying man, and the dying man beheld that it was a map of the Duat, showing the many paths that lead to the Tower of Anubis, where his heart was to be weighed on each of the many paths, as which thread through the Duat like the infinite threads woven by Neith. There were marked the dangers that a traveler must face. Also, there was great walls of iron that none but the gods could cross, and gates made of purest light. And so the traveler could not avoid the trials that had been decreed, and could only proceed towards the tower by proving his worth, thus earning the key to each sacred gate. Chat log with Charlie, meanwhile. Me being saving. All good, 10 Mugs. Nice work on the savings. Man, you know what really freaks me out? What? The human body decomposes quite quickly, so all the information stored in chemicals in our brain will be gone rather quickly. Dude. But computers and books last a long time, so all our messages, our ideas, our books, it's all be out there. Porn. Even being transmitted through space. Yes, our porn too, I guess. We'll all be gone, but the works of Aristotle will still exist. So will Star Trek, Firefly, Babylon 5, Lord of the Rings, Blade Runner, Cyber something of Planetron 6, Shakespeare's, Byron, hell, even video games. Profanity over... I love how it's like Profanity Override 3, Seattle Profanity, Dutch Profanity Cascade, the the Profanity of Profanity Mountain. What the fuck, dude? Yeah, imagine if aliens found those. Archive continues to grow, attempting to maintain a semblance of order as difficult as expected. Lost 7 people this week. Statistically speaking, trends should increase. Must focus on realistic goals. Too little time to grieve. Ew, okay, so people will be losing their lives over this thing. Alrighty, let's go for the first one. Some of the challenges must be designed with cooperation in mind, but I am the only one here. Ooh, okay. Interesting. Oh. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Hell yeah. There we go. Alrighty, so that's the purpose of the recording. Oh look, another puzzle, and another voice telling me I'm special, and another broken down computer with fragments of nothing. This world is a bad joke perpetrated by a cruel god too dumb to hit the off switch. You know, dog is doing an absolutely terrible time. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nice. So anything I grab with the recording is basically going to be a duplicate, and the recording will only run as long as I as long as it's active. And he has to be able to return at some point. I can imagine that kind of puzzling being very difficult to do repeatedly. All right, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Oh wait. 1. Actually, no. Hang on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Actually, no. That's incorrect as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There we go. It gives me a little countdown at the bottom there. Interesting. Alright. Next puzzle. Redundant power supply. Okay, so... Ah, interesting. Okay, and then... Alright. I got an idea. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Interesting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, hang on. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, okay. Okay, hang on. I need that there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Come on. Pick up your box. Gotcha, fucker. Hell yeah. I'm giving myself a lot of, like, leeway, I will be real with you, but I need that leeway. I would be dumb as fuck if I didn't. Sure, I could stick around, set my hopes on eternal life, on righting every wrong, but closest I'll ever get is these words on the wall before you. Cool. Alright, next puzzles.
DNA is information transmitted across time.
Burning heart
The living
always
and the
looks to the
dead are
highest
part
peak.
of the same chain, bound together by chemistry. That's true of all species. But humanity has taken this bond further. Thanks to technology, we have access to the thoughts and ideas of people whose physical bodies are long gone. Like you listening to me now. Even though I'm definitely dead at this point, you're part of that chain.
What is this? I shall not allow the corruption of my garden. Be gone!
What? Okay, weird. Alright, you know what? Let's just get you. Just so then that way. Give me a second, I just need to grab this thing again. Alrighty, get ready. So, we need this, pointing to that. Hello there, Squeege. Welcome to the stream. I am being a smarty pants right now. Going here, and then there, and then here. Yeah! Look at rock and roll. Oh, bastard. Alright, hang on a second, hang on a second, hang on a second. I don't need this being here. I can grab you. And then... grabbing you, to you, here. Booyah! Oh god, it's this game again. Yes, it's this game again. I haven't finished it yet. This is what I'm going to be playing on Mondays. I am going to be demonstrating that I will no longer be a himbo zebra on Mondays. I am going to be the... Words are failing to find something beginning with the letter H for intelligence or smart. But think of that with the H. Oh, I'm an idiot. here we go, here we go. Oh, you bastard. Okay, so maybe this doesn't need to go here. Instead... Okay, so I need to try and block this fella here. And I can't do it from there. I can't do it from here. And I can't do it from here because then it doesn't have the... Yeah, he doesn't have the room unless... Hang on. There's a fan there. What? How long is this? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. What? All right, hang on. Put you here? Yeah, okay, cool. So, grab you. Put you, like... Here we go. Anyways, you gonna lurk? Oh, good. Thank you for lurking. No. So that's not gonna do it. So yeah, because that's not tall enough. Alright, so... Okay, just enough. Aha! Okay, why is this here? Why are you here? Interesting that there is... Huh. Chat, any ideas? This game might be too advanced for you here in Bahrain. Don't you start hurt yourself too hard. Yeah, it's doing it. Got the... Wait, hang on. Was there a... No. Okay, so there isn't a... So there isn't any sort of, like, secret, blah, 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 blah. There wasn't a secret thingy-majiggy to laser. Yeah, there isn't a secret thingy-majiggy to laser there. And I don't see a secret lever. Yeah, I don't see a secret lever. Oh, hello! Jump here. Huh. Why would you let me jump onto here? Interesting. Let me cook, chat. Let me cook.
Sir Adults 88 demands you drink.
Alrighty, sippies. Ah, and then do a little stretch. Oh, big stretch for the big boy. There we go. Alright, so... Ah. Okay. Hang on. He, like... Because clearly I collect the star and then use that platform to shoot myself off, but... Shoot yourself off. Yes, I'm a child at times. But, like... Can I put something on top of you, perhaps? Okay, I can put something on top of you. Hey! Woo! Did it! Yeah! God, that was a proper difficult one. I'm gonna be real with you. That one was proper difficult. We got 1 of 2 stars. So, not perfect, but I'm gonna take that as a win. Oh, hello. What do you got? What do you got for me? Ah, you're back! Good. I've been thinking about how I can help you. In light of everything you've said, I'm certain someone has to. What I've decided is that you've convinced me consciousness is a contradictory concept and is therefore not real. What do you think? I think you're cheating. I suppose you have some doctorate theory that would solve all the problems. I'm just not giving you the chance to deliver it. You should see which way the cookie crumbles before trying to take a bite out of it. This actually works in your favor. What this conclusion means is that the certification program you undertook has been rendered obsolete. We can't test for something that doesn't exist. Therefore, you, along with quite a lot of other things, have been recategorized as a person. Your profile can thus be updated with administrator privileges. No doubt you'll be off doing administrator things soon enough, so I wonder if, before I let you go, you'd do me a favor. I have a final question for you. Why are you doing all this? What's the point? There's a way the world should be, and this isn't it. Well, you at least chose an alliance and stuck with it, but you know, you can't cling to your every belief forever. When everything seems impossible, something's gotta give. We can't all be heroes. I only have one last request. Will you come back and speak to me sometime? No doubt I'll have to. Raiders, welcome! Welcome, welcome, Blue Foxy Nicey Icy. Welcome to tonight's stream. My name is Grant. I'm a variety himbo streamer, going through games in my backlog, both old and new. But right now, I am not being a himbo zebra. I am being a smarty pants zebra by going through the Talos Principle. Thank you, Vortable Kiro, for the follow. I greatly appreciate it. I will red shell. Hell, I don't know if it is the last thing I do. Au contraire. I have something more powerful than a red shell. I have a gun. It's amazing, isn't it? It's a very powerful gun. Look, see? Look at... So yeah, how was the Mario Kart Double Dash? How goes your nostalgias? No doubt I'll have to... Okay, I sent your ego to get going. Now, let's do this. Updating certification progress has now been generated. Congratulations, here are the details. All conflicts are being resolved by the administrator. You are a person. You are perfect just the way you are. You are everything you can be always. You do not have to pretend you are anything else. You are the same as everyone else, but you are all unique. Hello, Administrator. I think you'd like an assistance. I see that you have a number of pending communications. Ooh. Running troubleshooter. Resolving missing hashes. Reestablishing network connection. Where are you? Some kind of maze built out of pieces of the real world. Are you in the same place? I don't think anything as it seems, even us. I understand. Pending. Error. Pending. Again, suit. You'll receive it when the connection is being reestablished, terminating remote session. Damn. Hello there, Machine King. Welcome to the stream. Ow! Fucking blinded light once again. Ah! Oh!
You have solved many of the mysteries of this land. The road before you is still long and many gates remain closed. But take comfort in your accomplishment.
Cookie for Vulpecula.
And in your creator's pride.
So yeah, so basically God or a machine god is trying to get us to, you know, solve puzzles and do things. We're gonna solve the puzzles anyway, but we're gonna, one of the things he told us not to do was to send the tower, which we are definitely going to do. Cyrus, 7. Tell me of the fearsome demons of the Duat, the dying man said to the wise scribe. No, Machine King, don't pull the lever! Was it the blue shell? It's in that flies and attacks the leading for very hard and difficult to dodge with certain items to counter it. Oh no, Artemis probably knows it. She's just wondering, like this. I was showing her a gun. It's a very amazing gun. This can beat any shell thrown at me. It can defeat a blue shell. It can defeat a red shell. It can defeat all sorts of shells like you would not believe. Unfortunately, however, I no longer have the gunfire thingy-madiggy, which is unfortunate. So I'm gonna need to fix that. Guns can't beat blue shells? That's what you think. Though their terrible forms are lonesome to behold, they are not evil. For they are the servants of the gods, truly. They are the blessed doorkeepers and guardians of the holy paths. Their charge is to judge whether we are worthy to pass the gates that lead to Aru. And so, they challenge us with riddles, or in combat. Is this... Said blue needs therapy, and I always need therapy after a multitude of blue shells. Guns can't destroy Rainbow Road. Blue shells can destroy Rainbow Road. Yeah, that's illumination logic from the Super Mario film. That's not what happens on Mario Kart games. Is this true of all beings that live in the Duat? Some say that it is not so. that there are ancient gods whose names have been forgotten, and spirits of darkness whose names none have ever known, and that there must be avoided at all costs. But others say that these too serve a greater purpose in ways that Osiris has not revealed to us. Cool donut. Ah, Sir Dragon redeemed the Run Twitch ad. Lol. Heck W. You know what? Actually, hang on. I'm gonna need to fix something. I'm gonna do something. Hang on a second. Edit my alerts and channel redeem. New channel redeem variant. General. It's not any channel redeem. It is the Run Twitch ad. Ding. Alrighty. And then, no thanks. Give me a second, I'm gonna change that. I don't want any of the Halloween. Sorry, I'm just checking out some sounds. Nah, none of the sounds really help, so I'm just gonna... Alright. So this isn't called the custom redemption. This is called Run Twitch ad notice. There we go. That way, I now know in the top left when someone decides to run a Twitch ad. Thank you, Sir Dragon, for running a 30-second Twitch ad just to make fun of people. Coming soon. From Bob McLean, Institute for Applied Nomadics. Hi, Mom. I promise I'll be home soon. Maybe a couple of weeks. I know. But what we're doing here is important, and the team needs my help. I'm not going to wait until it's too late, I promise, but there's so much we have to set up. So much that has to work for a very, very long time. Besides, I've always wanted to work on one of these supercomputers, and believe me, L is pretty much the best there is. And the team, Mom, it's like I'm working with rock stars and mad geniuses, except no one's heard of them outside of science journals, of course. But Dad would be totally geeking out if he knew. Maybe I can tell him about it soon, huh? Alright, so yeah, so we seem to be stuck in like a simulation. It's either a simulation or we are a robot created from the, you know, the vast knowledge of like everything that's come before. What is the point of being alive? I know, it's an old question and not one that's easy to answer. But, I mean, if you're reading this, you are alive. And someday, you will stop being alive. Both of these facts are incontrovertible. So what about it then? Don't you wonder? Do you just want to go from non-existing to existing to not existing again without even considering why? Right now, as you sit there reading this, why do you exist? What is your purpose of your life? Do you have one? Should you have one? Is it better to have a purpose or not? When you approach death, will you feel that your life had meaning? If so, why? If not, why not? What defines whether a life was good or not? It may seem abstract right now, but that moment just before death will come. It is inevitable. If you don't ask yourself these questions, how will you face that moment? Crazy blog. Alrighty, so there's also something. Ooh. This would have been a puzzle, but it's no longer a puzzle. Interesting. Why is this puzzle here? Oh. Okay, never mind. This puzzle is stupid. But I can see there's a star up there, which means that we're gonna need to fly up there, most likely. Meow. I've been running this gauntlet for generations, trying to find the right answers. I am fast coming to the conclusion that there are none. Well, this guy's gonna have a very shit time, I imagine. Ooh, okay. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Oh, I've screwed it up. I screwed it up. Well, oh no, I'm stuck. Cool. Cool, I fixed that. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Damn it, I need the box. Hi there, Mizuki. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27. Okay, I'm curious. So if he stands on this box here... Come on. Oh, shit. Oh, I figured it out. Oh, I figured it out. Okay, hang on. So... Alright, hang on. Let me reset. Alright. So, we need that running. Alright, let me just... Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. All right. So, one, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, I'm wearing the best one. 7. All right, so I'm gonna leave this running for like 15 seconds. Actually, no. Let's go as we want, and then. Actually, no, hang on. We want to grab this, move you here, grab you, move you there. Because we just need to try and get a box all the way down there. So we open up 3 first for this. All right. All right, you ready for this? So, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Because we want to go for like maybe a minute or something like that on this platform. Because we want to try and have that running as long as possible. Because we're going to grab 3 items and we're going to shove them all along this thingamadiggy here. So then that way it goes, the wheel goes there, the brick goes there, and the thingy goes all the way up there, I reckon. I reckon that's how we'll do it. I think I've got it. I think I've got this. All right, so that's a minute and I'm gonna go for a minute 10, and that should be enough time to get everything done. So. And then grab you. To there, grab you to here. And then I need to grab this to here. And then da 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 da. There we go. Yes, it only took us 30 seconds to do that. Did it. A lot of waiting around, I will admit, but did it. Oh, interesting. There's a... Oh, because I missed this one over here. This is an easy one, because this one's green. So. There we go. There. We now have everything we need for... Hello. Color me curious. Alright, so we now have that in front. Because this area used to be a puzzle, Soylent and Mizuki. I don't know if you're all, if you're still watching and such, or you got like amazingly bored by the zebra failing at basic puzzles. Yep, I know exactly where that's leading. Oh, wait, hang on. Oh. Ah, okay. We need a spinny thing. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Nope, it doesn't like me doing that. Okay. Seven, 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Wait, hang on. What am I thinking? Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No, I'm missing something. I'm missing a step. Oh, I know. Now that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16.
Server Dogs 88 demands you drink.
There we go. Oh, god damn you. I need to reset. Alright, so. First things first. Grab you. You are gonna jam this. Three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Alright, so by leaving this gate open... Alright, so... Two, 4, 5, so that will be frozen because of this recording here, which means I can then jam you and grab this piece. And there we go. Hell yeah. All right. Okay. Oh, I see. Okay, so grab you. Oh, what am I thinking? That... Alright, what a waste. What a fool I was. What an absolute buffoon. Alright, so... go. Alright, I think I got it. I don't got it. Hey! I'm...
Thank you for the hyper info, though. Can't climb while carrying items, which sucks. Come on. Oh, wait, hang on. Maybe... Alright, here we go. So... Cookie for Vol! Here's your cookie, Vol! Alrighty, so then... to put you there, so then that way I can then do this. Nope. And then... you can go to there. Oh, okay, I didn't need to do... I was overcomplicating it for myself. I was overcomplicating it. Okay, so... that should be everything, quote-unquote. The only thing that is... hear that? You hear that, right? The little mechanical whirling going off there? Voices keep saying that this world is a garden, but all I see is a desert full of ruins. You are absolutely correct. Alrighty, hang on. The previous net has been reestablished. Would you like to reconnect to the previous session? Yes. Are you back? Yes, what were you trying to say before? It seems like there's a purpose to everything, other times not so much. I think we must be plugged into some kind of machine. What do you have to go on? I don't believe in demons and evil wizards. I think something has gone badly wrong. I suppose that would explain a lot. There's something else, maybe it can help us. Before I found you, I was wondering how many other people are trapped here like us. Whatever is happening here, I know it's not right, we have to stop it, and I think I know how to do it. I was digging about in some documents and I kept finding reference to this password. I think it might be the master key that shuts this place down, but I don't know how to use it. What is it? Swear not to go anywhere without me and I'll tell you. The MLA process.bat logged into the session. Wait, what is that? Are you doing this to my terminal? I don't think this is a good idea. Ooh, Hippocratic Corpus. Sacred disease to 400 before Common Era. Men ought to know that from nothing else but the brain comes joys, delights, laughter, and sports. And sorrow, griefs, despondency, and lamentations. And by this, in an especial manner, we acquire wisdom and knowledge and see and hear. And you know what are fool and what are fair and what are bad and what are good, what are sweet and what unsavory. Some we discriminate by habit, and some we perceive by their utility. By this we distinguish objects of relish and disrelish, according to the seasons, and the same thing do not always please us, and by the same organ we become mad and delirious, and fears and terrors assail us, some by night and some by day, and dreams and untimely wanderings, and cares that are not suitable, and ignorance of present circumstances, destitute and unskillfulness. Okay. You believe in cute foxes? Alrighty, Vol. Chat, press 1 if you believe in cute foxes. Press 2 if you believe in himbos. The human brain is a machine for coming to conclusions. If it cannot come to conclusions, it is rusty. When we hear of a man too clever to believe, we are hearing of something heaving almost the character of a contradiction in terms. It is like hearing of a nail that was too good to hold down an... Ow? Why would you throw an anvil on me, Blue? That's totally unfair. Get in here and explain yourself. Totally unfair. I'm reading some really interesting literature. I am reading some literature right now. Also, I'm kind of busting for a pee, though, as well. Actually, you know what? I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Quick bathroom break. Where's my button for the bathroom break? Bathroom break? Here we go. Alright, I'm back. I have not the energy to steal shirt, but I would if I did. All good. It has been a long day for a lot of people. Hello there. Well, Boogaroo, welcome, welcome. Hopefully you're doing alright. I am going through puzzles. I am solving them as well. I am not being a hyper-himbo, I am being hyper-intelligent. The human brain... hearing... if it cannot come to conclusions, it is rusty. When we hear of a man too clever to believe, we are hearing of something having almost the character of a contradiction in terms. It is like hearing of a nail that was too good to hold down a carpet, or a bolt that was too strong to keep a door shut. Man can hardly be defined, after the fashions of...
Parallel as an animal who makes tools. Ants and beavers and many other animals have tools, in the sense that they make an apparatus. Man can be defined as an animal that makes dogmas, as he piles doctrine on doctrine and conclusion on conclusion in the formation of some tremendous scheme of philosophy and religion. He is, in the only legitimate sense of which the expression is capable, becoming more and more human. When he drops one doctrine after another in a refined skepticism, when he declines to tie himself to a system, when he says that he has outgrown definitions, when he says that he disbelieves in finality, when, in his own imagination, he sits as God, holding no form of creed but contemplating all, then he is by that very process sinking slowly backwards into the vagueness of the vagrant animal and the unconsciousness of the grass. Trees have no dogmas. Turnips are singularly broad-minded. Okay, that was absolutely terrible to read. I'm gonna be real with you. What is Bronstein's brain? The human brain is a product of the development of matter and at the same time is an instrument for the cognition of this matter. Gradually, it adjusts itself to its function and tries to overcome its limitations, creates ever new scientific methods, imagines even more complex and exact instruments, checks its work again and yet again, step by step, penetrates into previous unknown depths, changes our conception of matter without, though, ever breaking away from this basis of all that exists. Well, that's terrible. Neuroscience, meanwhile. I ordered genuine Vine Black. Cool! What the fuck is Vine Black? Paint made by charred grapevine twigs or stalks. Ah, okay. Psychological history. Volunteers suffered a blood clot during infancy, which resulted in a left hemisphere stroke. Expected results. In normal adults, the left hemisphere is used for language and other cognitive functions. Extensive damage to this part of the brain usually results in severe cognitive deficiencies. The volunteer is now 17 years old and displays only very subtle cognitive deficiencies. MRIs indicate little to no activity in the left hemisphere, suggesting its usual functions have been taken on by neuron sets in the right. Volunteer's age at the time of the stroke may have helped the brain adapt. Interesting. Alright, so... Oh, hello. Oh, I've already did this one. Okay. I've already done that one. And I'm currently up to 7 stars. And you hear the whirling in there, right? Alrighty. Give him low voice. Grant, help me. Why? Why do you require help? Oh. Okay, that's interesting. remember seeing a door requiring a key out here. The answer to your questions will not be given to you. You must seek them out yourself. You, as a striped Australian Englishman, can you tell when you use the words weather? No idea. Which weather?
In the beginning.
Okay, I don't want him to start monologuing because then I lose my place.
In the beginning.
No. It also looks like there's a memory up there, if we can try and access it. And we haven't gotten the star that's at the top of the thingy yet. Unless you're wrong. It's annoying how... Weather. Can I tell when I use the word weather? Yeah, because I'm saying it out loud. I had to reread your message, and I was like, I'm pretty sure I know what you're talking about. So there's an empty thingamajiggy here. So yeah, if the laser is here, it can't reach the... Because it needs to be something on this side. And there's no blue lasers here. So it has to be... this. The puzzles in this place are like really... Oh, shit.
Were the-
Oh, do not reset yourself. Also, is there some way of seeing... Because I picked up a random key. You're right, that is beautiful. Oh, the... Old titty is good titty. Grant, colors on your shirt, they are faded. Yeah, that's the design. This shirt design was created by the unnamed Yeen years and years ago. They don't use it anymore for whatever reason. Unnamed 471. There we go. They've recently gone through a re-debut, so they have, like, recently reached partner and all that kind of nonsense as well, which is, you know, good for them. I don't think there's any... there. Maybe there's a laser here. Yeah, there's a blue laser here. Ah, okay. Ooh, almost. Why didn't you? Huh. Oh, hang on. Almost. You're getting tan in this shirt? No, I wasn't getting... It's just the look of it. The new design looks good. Name's new design? Yeah, it looks really lovely. Alright, so... that giant wall there. Because there's definitely a way to... Because that laser... Because this needs to get lasered in through here somewhere. Yeah, I don't see... Yeah... I may be missing something critical. Yeah, I got like... I am running out of ideas on how to try and get to that star there. Because, like, the best way I can think is I need a turbine to go there. But, like, I don't have a turbine, and I don't have a means of powering that laser with the resources that would be laid here. And what's more is it looks like that there's like a memory up there, but I don't know how to get to that memory. Like, this is the probs. Like, this is the conundrum. And I don't see what it is that I'm missing. Like, I can't find the missing object. I found a key. Like, in all the, like, in this map here, I have found a random key. I have no idea where that key leads. And yeah, the key was like here earlier. And I know that, like, the key would need to be used in a place like this. But I don't see any, like, doors. Oh. Huh. So you see, like, and I don't, like, I know, like, it would probably help if I just read a fucking strategy guide on telling me, like, how to get into some of these smaller, weirder areas. But I don't want to do that to myself. And I already read all these. So, like, I'm going, like, I feel like I'm missing something. Like, I don't know if I'm missing something obvious or I'm missing something subtle, but I feel like I'm missing something. Like, is there anyone in the chat that has played through this particular thing before? 99.80. Cause yeah, cause like there's a fan over, like there's a spare fan over on that side there in order to get this thing, in order to be put into there. But then I need a laser to get it running. I feel like it has something to do with... like, hang on, let me find the entrance again. I feel like it has something to do with this empty, like, puzzle room here. Because, like, this used to be a puzzle room because of the fact that it has, like... see here how it used to have, like, a pole? But there's nothing in here as far as I can tell. Like... I don't see any secret levers. I don't see a secret button. And like sometimes this area like glitches, but you like the glitching is just to like create a little effect of, ah, this here is a simulation. Not everything is as it seems, which doesn't help me. What am I missing? God, this place is making me lose my mind. I feel like I'm missing something critical. God, I get backseated on like Diablo 2 on some of like the meta builds and like, oh, you should try playing this. You should, have you gotten this piece of equipment? Have you done this? Whereas a Talos Principle, nothing. Not a single lurker going, hey, have you found out how to get this star? Hey, have you tried going through this gate? Like, none of that. Not, like, is there just, like, no fans of Talos Principle? Given to you. You must seek them out yourself. Ooh. I would, but I would have to Google it. Yeah. All good, Artemis. Like, as much as I would like to Google it as well, it's like, I feel like it would cheapen the organic exploration that I've been going through most recently. As you can see here,
In the beginning.
like, ah. Like, am I supposed to just, like, pry off one of the, fans from within here and then just... Like... And Lord knows, if I don't try to figure it out... How long has this gap been here? If I don't try to figure it out tonight, I'm not gonna remember to go back to this particular map. Because, yeah, like... He's saying this place to ground red others. Oh god, this place is driving me insane. Maybe I forgot where the exit is. Ah, there. Hang on, here it is. And then 6 gives us more tools.
When you overcome one of my trials, do you not feel the pleasure of having discovered the proper order of things?
Like a
That
little
is the
bit, but
spark
more
of
to
Elohim
spite
within
you.
To create order from chaos. And therein is revealed the true meaning of our sigils.
God, I'm hating this man. Ah. But why, the dying man said, do the gods put all their challenges before us? Why the walls of iron and the gates of light? Why the abominable demons guarding the path? Why must our hearts be judged to be as light as a feather of Ma'at? Why is the road to Aru so difficult? Scribe considered these words. Some say that once the paths to Aru were open, but too many sinners came, and the gods made the paths perilous to keep sinners at bay. Others say that being mortals, we cannot be worthy of Aru unless we walk the path of Osiris, and so become Osiris ourselves. But I believe that Aru could never be reached elsewhere. For like the mountain path must be steep, the path to Aru must be fraught with peril. As steepness and mountains are one, so are peril and paradise. They're inextricable, they create each other. There's an interesting parallel to this phrase in the penitential psalms. Here, the scribe appears to be speaking of Osiris, meaning the soul of the deceased, not the god himself. A part of me is not having fun with these little additional text. Extremely worrying. If the link doesn't work, the whole project will lead to nothing. The hardware team must recheck everything ASAP. Guys, stop panicking. Look at your code again. In fact, look at line 217. In data transfer C, what are those two symbols just before the code? That's right. The code that actually initiates the transfer wasn't even running. I'm guessing you were testing something yesterday and forgot to decommodify it. The hardware isn't broken. Your brains are. Oh yeah, my brain is broken at this point. The whole assembly stood a while silent and collected. Let us return, says Rassalis. From this scene of mortality, how gloomy would be these mansions of the dead to him and who did not know that he should never die. And that would now act shall continue its agency, and what now things shall think on forever. Homage to you, Osiris, Lord of Eternity, King of the Gods, whose names are manifold, whose forms are holy, you being of hidden form in the temples, whose Ka is holy. All the gods praise you, for you are the something or other. Those that lie here stretched before us, the wise and the powerful of ancient times, warn us to remember the shortness of our present state. They were perhaps snatched away while they were busy, like us, in the choice of life. Goodness gracious. Also, I have no idea which room I'm in. Ow! Okay, I'm in room 6. Also, is there a 7 and then... So that required... And then this is a star room. The lock requires more sigils. I'm missing 3. Okay, so whichever... Okay. Alright, so 6 and 7. So that gets us up here. We technically have all the things we need to go into Access C. But by God... By Jove, I wanna get more yellow stars. Alright. So we're currently at 6. I am gonna call it here, because right now it's past 10 o'clock. It is absolutely insane how long I have been going at this right now. No, Jack, not the cactar! Where were you, Jack? I was begging for help. And you were nowhere near. You were nowhere. You don't need my help. Oh, okay, cool. Thank you. Alrighty then. Well, I am gonna see who is online and who we can go and raid. And let's see. The people they provide. Maybe Woofsta, BFG, Shadowpin is doing some Dragon's Dogma. Someone is just chatting. Let's see. Let's go for similar or smaller size. And the first person they show me is someone in French. Streets of Rogue, Grim Dawn, Terraria. Dog. No one really exciting in my thing. What about people I'm following? Wolf, BFG, Shadow, Rumor. Bloop bloop. Nubs. Dazzy. Oh, Dazzy's playing some Conquer Live and Reloaded. Honestly, that is going to be some fun to watch, chat. So you know what? We're gonna go raid into Dazarus. We're gonna raid into good old Dazarus, all right? And we're gonna go with our classic himbo raid message, all right? If you are not subscribed, that's okay. You're welcome to use whatever kinds of other emotes that you want. And otherwise, I want to say thank you everyone who came along to tonight's stream. I greatly appreciate it. I will be going through more of Talos Principle next Monday. I'm debating whether or not I want to look at strategy guides explaining how to get the gold star in previous areas, but I kind of don't want to do that either. I don't want to cheapen the puzzling for myself. Like being like, oh, how do I get it from like, you know, section A and all this kind of nonsense? Because I'm not likely to go back to section A if I didn't figure out how to solve it then. And I'm not going to go back to section B once I'm done with section B. But that is going to be a debate for myself. You will find me online Wednesday night as we go through more of Uncharted 4. So hopefully I'll see some of you there. Otherwise, guys, there's Friday night or Sunday afternoon with Code the Yoshi. And if I don't see you all there, hopefully we'll see you all next time. Bye for now. Bye-bye.